Hey, today I'm going to be doing Django, I'm going to be doing Tailwindcss, and I'm going to be doing AlpineJS. So join me today for Codecast number 5. Yeah! Welcome to Codecast number 5. This is Daniel Roy Greenfeld, and it is July 3rd, 2020. Today, what I'm going to be working on, or what I'm planning to work on, because often I'll go off on different tangents. For example, if I see a bug that needs to be fixed, either in our own internal project or open source, I'll fix it or submit a patch or create an issue. And also sometimes I'll have discussions with viewers on my stream. Today's agenda, though, the planned agenda is, first of all, is working on Write or Not, which is my author and publisher software as a service system that I'm building. This is a project that I've been working off and on for several years, and about a month ago I started over from scratch with the project. I want to make it real and live, and today what I'm going to work on is I'm going to be making registration and account controls beautiful. Right now they're in this flux state that's not really ideal. Then I'm going to add Stripe for billing. Finally, I'm going to make sure that my test coverage is high. Last time I checked, I think it was 99%. And what I want to do is make sure that the test coverage is at 100%, or if not 100%, that doesn't go down from where it is. If I get all that done, then I'm going to be working some on 2 scoops of Django. Something that I see a lot of people ask for are multiple user types. How do you handle that in Django since you only have one user model? And they want to have several different user types with different properties and different queries. Well, there's a way to handle that. It's called proxy models. And I'm going to be talking about that, maybe implement something for that in Write or Not. And finally, under and then once I have that the way I want, and I'll have a system for that in Write or Not, where someone can possibly be just a reader or an author or both. Once that's been determined, then and I have a nice clean implementation, I will translate it to 2 scoops of Django, and you'll see it in the next update, which will hopefully go out this weekend or on Monday. I know a lot of people have been asking when the next update is happening since it's still in alpha. And if I have any time left, then I'm going to be reviewing packages, because the package chapter or package appendix needs to be finished, and we need to get that book really out the door. So let's get started. I'm going to close this, and let's open up a new browser, brand new browser window. Okay. And I'm going to go to, actually, I think I'm going to close some windows. I just don't need any of this stuff at the moment. And let's see, click the no button to stop. Yes, I want to keep streaming. So, all right. And just making sure that my input is going well. And one more thing I want to do before I really get started is make sure that I can actually see myself streaming. And yes, I can see myself streaming. So that's a good sign. Excellent. Okay. So let's get into the code. All right. So what did I think I can you see what I did? Instead of doing code dot, I did code slash. So there we go. Now we have a working bit of Django. What's funny is, oh yeah, and now let us make sure that, did I save? Yeah, I thought so Write or Not Django, and maybe I need to start a new terminal. Okay, so there we go. I'm in my environment. If I don't know if you can see this up here, but I'll pull it up. I have Postgres running. Oh, wants me to install. You know what? I'm gonna have it remind me later. I can work with what I have. Okay, so here in right or not, what I have. Oh, and I'm sorry if I'm not showing you. I'll show you what the problem is. I might as well get this out of the way. Here's me right now. Here's my blue screen cloth. I'm gonna try and add, maybe now it'll work better, but when I tried to add the, you're gonna laugh. Okay, so when I try to add a filter, oops, that's not a filter. I need to click on this. Oh, hold on. There's a way to do this. So I'm going to like set it up right now, or try to set it up so that way it has a chroma key filter, which allows me to basically blue screen in my case. So if I do this, that doesn't work, right? And if I keep put on green, then it just works for, I believe you can see it with my shirt. Yeah, it looks kind of weird. Maybe I'll keep it like this. That'd be pretty funny. But as much as I think that's funny, I think it's distracting for people who are watching. So no video this time unless I have, or I'll just turn off video and save the real estate. If Uma comes over, or if I want to show you something, then I'll turn on the camera. Okay, so let me move this off my desktop, or out of there. Okay, so I have this make async command, and I can do async. And what that does is, instead of running python manage.py run server, this makes the application run asynchronously. That's right. Right or not is an asynchronous Django project. And I think the way I've been doing it here on this stream is I have the browser on the left, and there we go. Okay, so this is right or not when it's expanded out a bit, and this is the mobile view. Oh, I don't like that drop down. That's not ideal. So that's something that maybe I'll fix, or I'll at least have. So I right now we don't even have, like, most of these links aren't working, but right now if I log in, the first thing you'll notice, and remember I covered in the agenda that I wanted to make this pretty. This actually isn't too bad. I'm gonna enter my password, and that's it. But if I go to any of the control things, you see that's kind of ugly. Oh, we don't have setting yet. Oh, admin, you're not gonna have admin. But if I sign out, like, it's hard to read this stuff. So I wanna fix this right now. So the first thing I'm gonna do is we're gonna go, this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is a user detail view. So let's go look at that. And actually I also wanna see admin. Yeah. Admin is another user. Okay, so I'm gonna choose the admin thing, or not the admin thing. This is the user detail view, and so that would be under templates. And you know what is always frustrating, and this is a pet peeve of mine with Django and stuff, is that, see how if I have apps at this level, which is where I like to include them, how do I? Okay, good. Maybe this is better, like here. Yeah. All right. So I'll just hold it like this. So now I can do user. Hey, oh, you know what I've heard about is this thing called Pylance for Microsoft. Hey Joey, how's it going? I am doing well. I'm here in my garage. I'm streaming. That's why you're not seeing me, because for some reason it's got something with the light here. The chroma key filter isn't working. So that is why you are not seeing my handsome face. And you know what really sucks? I'll show you in a second. I got a haircut. Audrey gave me a haircut. I trimmed my beard. I look great. I don't know if I look great, but I feel like I look younger at least. So yeah, that's how I'm doing. Okay, so let me get back to stuff, and I'll turn off the. Well, actually, for now, I'll tell you what. I'll leave this on so you can admire my handsome head. If you notice when my hair is cut short, like it looks like I look younger because it doesn't look like I'm missing so much on top. So lesson to the men who are listening, if you inherited the wrong genes from the family, that this is what you can do. Okay, so my info. Let's see. If I go to the user form, this is using form crispy, but this is not good. This is a bootstrap control, and we're using Tailwind CSS, so I have to straighten this out. Let's see. So first thing, hey, Yourself, good to see you. I'm gonna blow up my chat window a bit. Okay, so here I have form horizontal. I can't remember what the what this is. So it is. This is also form horizontal. Is that? Maybe this is. Well, the least I can do is I can close it. Wow. Okay, there we go. That the Postgres was in my way. Okay, so we have this button which doesn't work, and this is how we do a button in there we go. Okay, and right now, oh, and then we have to have class. I think I define header. There we go. So this way you can see this is my name. I can put in Daniel Feldroy. And now that's showing up here. If I go back to my information, it's not perfect, but it'll work for now. This page, of course, is ugly, so let's fix this too. We have, let's see if we go back to the book form and see how we implemented it. Hey, Matt Lehman. Hey, everyone. This is Matt. He also streams here. I guess I would consider you my big Django Twitch streaming brother, Matt. If Joey is my Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu buddy, then you are my Twitch stream buddy. Actually, so my little dark secret, everyone who's listening in, Matt Lehman, who, let me just make it so people can see the stream a little bit better. He is been streaming quite a while, and here on Twitch, and he's got an awesome feed. And at the end of this, I will direct anyone who's on board. Oh wait, this is Friday, but on Wednesdays we'll be rating Matt's channel when we are done. When we're finishing up here, we'll all go and hang out with you. So Matt, normally I have the chroma key filter, but I'm in my garage and the light's funny. So when I turn on the chroma key filter, it looks funny. So for now, until I need more screen real estate, this is what I look like. And the other thing is, yes, I've got this monitor and stuff like that. Hi, Finite Singularity. Okay, so let's clean up this form real quick. See, now I'm all nervous because like Matt's listening. I'm already get jittery enough when I do this. Okay, so this is more Bootstrap that I want to convert. So for example, this one should be h1 class header, and we'll, okay. And I'm not, maybe we should title it, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. We have, this is the paragraph, and then here are our buttons, and this is, ooh, more Bootstrap. Actually, this whole batch I think we can get rid of, because I think this is not how we want to define stuff. Yeah. So we're just getting rid of all these unnecessary divs. And then here we have links to things. I actually think, because traditionally we've been doing it, yeah, I don't know. I think you do it really well. You're just so neat and organized. And I get on and I forget things that I mean to talk about, and all those other fun things. All right, so what I'll do is we're going to add in a new paragraph, and we will put these, we're going to use a paragraph tag, because I think that's really what this is. It's not, these aren't buttons, these are links. And then get rid of this role stuff. And I think we have a link class. It's been a little bit since I played with the classes. I can type, I really can. Okay, so edit, and then we'll just get rid of more. Okay, and then I think we'll also just stick in an HR, so that way, and actually, you know what we should also do is put these up here, and later on we can get fancy. It doesn't have nothing. When you're building a project, it's important to remember that sometimes it's better to get things done and iterate than to try and go for perfection the first time. I actually really strongly believe this, that this should really be up there, that you should you know, that perfection comes with time. And there, you know, I've had, so sometimes when I see these super polished interfaces, but there's, you know, things don't quite work, or there's like fun things you can tweak with a project, it's like you focus on getting things working rather than getting things perfect. But everyone has their own style. That's just mine. So that's working, and we have the email address form. Okay, so this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is an account email. That's correct. So account email. Yeah, one more. If I haven't made it clear already, if you want to see a different take from someone else who's senior, Blayman, who's right here, Matt Lehman, please follow him, and yeah, he's got a lot of awesome stuff to share. Yeah, actually, if you look at how I have the about on my Twitch page, now I remember this is something I stole from Matt. On my about page, I kind of copied what he did because I liked it. So I was like, oh, look at, there's this guy doing. It's like, oh no, he's a competition, and my competitive streak started to come out. But I've reined it in. I actually have a problem. When I was a kid, I was like the super hyper competitive kid, and but now I understand that, you know, at the end of the day, we're all in this together. Okay, so we have this whole, I'm gonna hide this so I can see what's going on. So we have this bunch of buttons, but I'm not actually seeing them. Oh, these are the buttons. Yeah, so these are actually buttons. This is a form. So let's go to actually we have under here, under user detail. Hello, can you hear me? I should be back now. Okay, sorry about that. I'm not sure really what happened. I'm not sure how much time I got lost before I noticed. So finite singularity said something about code in general. Yeah, I do think of other people's code for as being perfect, and then you look at source code and you're like, what are they thinking? Well, I'm sure they had their reasons when they did whatever they did. It's good not to be judgmental. Okay, so we're gonna, and then we have this block inner. Let's see what we have here. So here we have this ugly border. Let's get rid of the border. I don't think we need this at all. Actually, let's comment out because maybe some of the forms, like registration and stuff, it makes sense. Okay, so that's a little bit better to start with. And then the following email addresses are associated with our account. And we have our class, which is email list. How do we do this user form? We just did form horizontal. That might actually work just fine. Form horizontal. And here we just use crispy forms, which we don't actually have here. So we're going to set our, these are radio buttons. Let's see if we can do some, let's see. So we have Tailwind, CSS. Okay, good. And I can see my audio is still working. Let me turn on. Interesting. When I try to turn on the camera, you can see it's not showing up at all. So I have something weird going on. Anyway, let's look for forms. So we have a login form, inline form, or do they have radio buttons? I don't think they have radio buttons yet. So let's check Tailwind UI. Perfect. And now if we go to page examples, applications, lists, forms, see if they have something for, they have form layouts. Oh, and they have toggles. But that's not what we're dealing with. We're dealing with radio buttons. And here we go. Here are their here is how they are doing radio buttons. So we're gonna nab that. We'll just grab the first one. What? I'm already signed in. Hold on. Thought. I'm gonna start at 1Password. If you're listening, you're using 1Password, right? Oops, let me do my 1Password. Okay, Tailwind. Okay, now let's get that form. So this is it, the form layout. We're just gonna go for the first one. And later on, we may add and clean this up, but honestly, in this project, oh wait, hold on. We're looking for the push notifications. Here we go. This is how they do radio. And so we are going to, let's see, they have div class. This is the column, and this is the part that we really need. So I think that's it right there. Wow, lots of nested divs. Welcome to the fun world of HTML. We're going to bring this down to the base of the project. Radio.html. Normally we just lean on crispy forms for this. Like I wouldn't be spending any of this time getting this in shape. But this particular form is not powered by Crispy. It's not easily translatable into Crispy forms, so that's why we, this input needs to change. And this is the for loop right there. So what I can do is if this is the outermost div. So actually what we'll do is we'll run it twice. Okay, let's look at the radio again. This is the exterior of it, and we'll change the supporting text in a second. Okay, and then let's grab, this is one of our items. It's starting to. So Matt Lehman is asking, does Crispy Forms work with Tailwind? So if you go to the Django Crispy Forms, I need to find my. If you go to the Django Crispy Forms project, you will find Crispy Tailwind, which is basically a template pack for it, and it's starting to work with it, which is nice. Otherwise, because I started to hack up my own solution, and then I said, hey, I should check and see what they're doing here under Django Crispy Forms. And while I'm here, speaking of Crispy Forms, I just want to show, yeah, this is, I have credit for starting the project. I did. So that's part of my personal history. I actually, so a lot of times if I'm making complex forms, I don't use Crispy Forms. I use it to get a lot done really fast. But the problem is that it is an abstraction, and anytime you get into complex abstractions, things get challenging. So yeah, it is what it is. Okay, so they actually so they put the label. This is actually not proper HTML how this is set up, but I'm going to worry about that at a later time. So see here where it says everything, this everything should, okay, so this, maybe it is correct for a radio button. Yeah, so here they actually have the label. Let me see if I can show you a little bit better. Or I need to do that. I need to bring it all onto the screen so you and I can look at it. So here you can see the label wraps the input. That actually isn't accurate. And the reason why this is important is for accessibility. I'm not talking about UX or UI, whatever. This is for people with screen readers, because I think screen readers are smart enough to now skip this pattern. But if they aren't, that means that someone who is using a screen reader, maybe they have a vision disability, your site just doesn't have good contrast, and they're using it to make it easier to see. This is not ideal. So, but with Tailwind, they have the label out. The input for the radio button is not inside the label. Okay, so and so before you think, hey, Danny, like whoever did this, they were like total boneheads because they didn't understand accessibility. Here's the really funny thing. This is my code. I wrote this. This is from Cookie Cutter Django. And Cookie Cutter Django is the parent repo for Django Crash Starter, which is based off of. And I am pretty certain I read this or adopted it. So I should have caught this earlier. So think of it what you will. All right, so we have that. And then the input doesn't have a value, so I'm going to add the value. So, and the value is email address. And then checked is, here we go. So we have if, okay, so let's see what happens. I think this is all I need. There we go. So now if I add a new email address, I already have that one. And here's my current button. Okay, so now look at that. So I can specify things. So we're definitely coming along. And then, oh, here's the other thing that we need to do. We are going to, for the label itself, Oops, so hold on. I got something wrong. Well, let's see if that's the oh, look at that. So I see what you mean that it does. So that's probably why I did it. So what Matt Lehman is saying is that if I don't wrap the label, you can only click the actual radio button. And it turns out that I think you are correct. So clearly I am such a genius that, oh, no, hold on. I don't think that's true. Let's see if I do make the ID this. No, I thought there's a way that the label, so it's a label for, oh, and the label needs to be match. Oh, I thought there was a way to make it work. There has to be a way to do it. Email address ID. We're going to make sure that this is a valid. And then if I look this up, so label for email 3. So clearly it, well, I think Matt just pointed out why I might have done that back in the day. It was, no, I got it working. That's it. So here's the thing. This is what I thought it was. So see how the input is still separate from the label. Because I do label 4 and I make sure email underscore, and this is the numeric ID of the email record. So because I match them, it's a pointer. Does that make sense? I hope it does. Okay, so let's see if we can use is this Tailwind UI? So I think there is labels, page examples, overlays, elements. So there's avatars, drop downs, badges. That's what I want. I want a badge. I want a tiny badge, small, large. I think, yeah, so I can just do like this. So if you are verified, let's see, if you're verified, we'll make you green. So we have text green, and if you're not verified, you're red. And at some point, actually, you know what I should do is I should put this in our CSS. Let's see, users, in templates, static, CSS. Here's my raw, and so I'm going to do badge green, and then apply. This is I think there's a Tailwind subdirective that I'm doing. Okay, so I think semicolon expect. Oh, I need to break these up with semicolons. Let me think for a second. What's the fastest way to do that? Alt Z. Just so I can see it a little bit better. Yeah, I know a bit about accessibility. When I was at NASA, I got trained up on accessibility, for people with disabilities. So this is something I do know a bit about, but to be honest, I haven't been as good. Oh, I see. It's not after each one. Oh, it's been a little while since I bugger. It's been a while since I've really dived deep into accessibility, And it's kind of nice to get back to it. We're going to get rid of all of them. And then we just end it. Now let's try it. I can write a Tailwindcss directive. Okay, so what this means is once I compile this, then I'm going to close this. Then I will be able to do badge green. I think that's what I'm calling it. Yes, badge green, or we'll call that badge success. I like to have a really obvious semantic name so I can remember it later. And then we can have badge error. And this will be basically the same thing, but we're going to make the text background red and the text redder. So then, yeah, I like the way that looks. Okay, I think, so it's saying semicolon is expected, but I don't think that's the case. And then I think I put this into a make command. So make CSS, let's just make sure that my command works. Tailwind is awesome once you get the hang of it. And I don't even know a lot of the small details. I work off of examples. And what's great about that is look at that. So I have so I have that verified, and I can also put a primary. Oh wait, why is so badge success, and this is verified. Did I? Oh, badge failure or badge error. Let's try it again. And actually, I'm gonna try, and I'm gonna open up a new terminal. And I'm just going to make sure, because I already had one running out of the system, I want to make sure really quick that I'm still live. Yes, it says I'm live, although I'm seeing an advertisement, but that means that I am live. Sorry, if I had a choice, I wouldn't have ads. Okay, so let's see, do make CSS. And I've got, now that I know Webpack, because I took that tutorial, I plan to refactor this and really optimize it. Okay, look at that. I'm verified in primary. Let's get the primary thing resolved. And we're also going to make this a success, badge success. So what I don't necessarily like about this is, I mean, we're getting really close. First of all, I think I can nuke this, where we're at this point where we can do that. What I want this on one line. Let's see if I do, see how it likes that. That's not bad. I think what I need to do is increase the space between them. Again, typically, these are delivered via SMS to your phone. This is written twice. Where is that? Okay, the following email. Okay, so this right here needs to be brought as this. So okay. And then we can get rid of this paragraph. Okay, and then let's get our forms in order and kill this. I think I'm gonna leave this here and deal with the like pixel manipulation. I'm just trying to move pretty quickly. Let's see how we can do a button group and Tailwind. So we have elements. Let's see if there's something for buttons. Aha, we have button groups. That's kind of nice. Let's see what individual buttons, because buttons sometimes they get. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we're gonna have we're just gonna do our buttons like this, really straightforward. Okay, and then I don't think so. We have secondary action button, primary name. So it's the name is what's driving this, I'm pretty sure. Okay, well this is gonna be interesting because where's action remove? Oh, so this actually, I'll show you what's going on. So this actually is supposed to be within this, like there. So now if I go back, that's right. Each one of these has this little button group that gets attached, which is a little bit problematic, but not the end of the day. Hey, thank you so much for um, being here, Matt. At some point, I'm going to have to learn what autohost means. And again, thank you so much for inspiring me and basically being my role model with this Twitch and Django stuff. So I'll definitely talk to you in the days to come. Take care. Okay, so if that's the case, this like changes things because this is almost like complicated enough to be a table. Yeah, this is almost complicated enough to be a table. But let's see if we can, what happens if we turn this into a, so we have button class relative. What I don't want to move is get rid of this. This is what's important, that I don't nuke that. And wow, that's really kind of mungy how that's written. So we're gonna do put in this. Oh wow, they're not quite the same classes, are they? Okay, well we'll see. So I want to actually just copy in the classes. Wow, that's like a lot of yeah, this is a sort of a common complaint about Tailwind is you have this, this is all the classes that are brought into play to make it look the way that we want. Okay, so that's what we have. Not really ideal. Wow, that is not ideal at all. But you know what? I'm just gonna leave it as is because I want to move on to other things. This just means it's something that that we are gonna want to clean up later. Wow, interesting indeed. So do you really want to remove the selected email address? And it didn't, where's the message? And didn't even do the JavaScript confirm. So this page clearly needs a bunch of work. That's, I guess, part of the fun of this is learning what is working and what is broken. Let's see if we can see, we have this actually is a little bit complex form, and what I'll probably do is just rewrite it from scratch at another date. I just want to move forward and get to some other things. Well, it's like clearly I've just stumbled into the rabbit hole that is my email management system. Okay, so this is add email. Add email. Okay, so it's coming along. We're just gonna leave this one as is. Let's go back to our profile. We have edit. We have email, which is what it is, and let's see if I try to make it primary, what happens. If I try to resend, is this actually doing anything? Okay, so I think I have managed to break my email update form. For better or for worst? Worse. So that's interesting. So button class, action send, where? So let's take a look at where I stole this from. Okay, so we're going to go to account, email, action send. So there's action send, and somehow that triggers this form. So I think it's almost like it's missing JavaScript. So I'm really curious to know if this actually is working in general. Yeah, I'm really wondering if this is working at all. Cause see, I have email address.email. If I go back to here and I look at it, well, tell you what, I had planned to do other stuff today. Yep, there it is. There's the values right there. I plan to do other stuff today, and I'm gonna move on because this is a rabbit hole. Because I'm gonna have to dig in and really figure out what exactly I broke. All right, so next is sign out. That's my current sign out page. Let's fix that. Log out. And yes, the person wants to sign out. They are ready to press that button. We have a I think I want to like have like some buttons defined in my CSS just cuz button dot success and I think we'll just do button dash success, and maybe we can get into semantic UI style design later. Okay. So this would be button success, and in theory what I can do is change this to that, and now I have to make the CSS. Oh, it didn't like that at all. Because hover, it didn't like this hover right there. I think there's a problem with doing that. So tell you what, I'm not gonna worry about that for now. Yes. Oh, my wife just brought me my coffee. Okay. So I'll just paste that in, and at some point I'm going to like go through and find any place where I have outrageous amounts of classes, and There we go. So I have that, and this actually would be we're going to make it red so that way people know that they're about to do something. Okay, so they're signed out. All right, so that is our current sign out page. Our login page is looking pretty good. So I'm going to go, oh, I remember what I wanted. Oh, look at that. You have signed out X. Signed out X. Sign up, close, signed out. Hold on. Did you see what I saw? Hold on. Let me show you what I saw. Successfully signed in as Daniel.x. So, oh no. So there's like a message that is, oh my, when I said, oh no, my daughter just copied me. Okay, so see if we can find it. Oh, look at that, times. That is it right there. So let's try your profile. Sure, we're gonna sign out. You've signed out. There we go. I don't know why that's showing up there instead of earlier. That's kind of weird. That is another one to fix. Okay, so let's say that we want to log in, or we want to get started. This is our current sign up page. It's not bad. Let's improve it. So we're going to do class header. Then please sign in, and that is my text large enough? Can you actually see what I am doing? I can blow up the text. And also, if you're listening in, I am perfectly happy to answer questions, and you know, to me the only bad question is the unasked question. Okay, so please sign in. So the class should be link. Perfect. And then sign up should be a button. And we have a success button that we've been using. That was login and hey Matt, nice to get a question. This is VS Code, Visual Studio Code. It is the open source project, or open source-ish project by Microsoft. I did not compile this from source, so who knows if Microsoft decided they want to add something, they they did, and that is the IDE that I am using. So awesome. Next, I want to do. It bothers me that the focus when I refresh this page is on the username and not the email. Let me see if I can fix that. Okay, so this right here, this email field, if we look at it, is the ID. It's ID email. Easy. So ID email equals document dot get element by ID, and the ID is ID email, and we'll define the type, and then I think it's email.focus. Perfect. So this should, what this means is that for whatever reason, There we go. And then but before I do that, and this should be like instantaneous because it's not running through jQuery or anything like that. Uh, um, I wonder if we can look up username and see if there is some kind of JavaScript or something. Now I'm not seeing any reason why username gets defined first. Maybe because it is I mean, there's always a chance that because this is it could be HTML just trying to put in there. So finite singularities talk about the virtues of PyCharm. Yeah, VS Code has really come a long way, and it's been good for several years now. Uh, I do like PyCharm. Just I tend to be, this computer is an exception, but I tend to be on older computers or less powerful computers. I really typically, when I'm not at a keyboard or streaming, I like to be on a MacBook Air. I love the keyboard on that. But for streaming, the MacBook Air isn't ideal. The one I have isn't. It's from 2017, 2016. So when I stream and try to do everything I'm trying to do, it slows down. But we had a pretty powerful MacBook Pro, and but I don't like the keyboard because it's the newer keyboard. So instead, I'm on my mechanical keyboard, and this could run PyCharm great. I'm so used to VS Code, and I'd rather code than spend some time setting up PyCharm. But what I might do at some point is possibly stream installing PyCharm and figuring it out. If anyone's interested, I guess I could do it on one of my days where I stream learning something. Because okay, so this is a much more attractive sign up form. It's still not, and it's using crispy forms, so this is pretty much what we want to see. And I already have an account, so I think at this point, oh, look at this. Forgot what was that I just saw? Hold on. If I log in, look at that. So see how I have duplicates. Okay, hold on. Let me fix this. This is sign in, this is login, and oh, look at that. Oh my goodness. Is this, hold on, this is like really, I really got mungy with this. Let's get rid of some of these things because they're not needed. I think this is back from when I was trying to hack stuff together. And here are the buttons, these extra buttons right here, which are Bootstrap, but we are not using Bootstrap on this project. There we go, much better. And then okay, so you border top and the remember me. I don't think I like this border top puts it really far below. I think what happens if I get rid of that? And what if I do that? And what does MT8 do? Let's find out. Yeah, I think this is better, in which case, do we even need this external? In fact, I think this div isn't doing anything. Yay, less HTML. Okay, so let's sign in. All right. I think at this point, I'm happy enough with my control templates that, and yeah, I know I don't have settings, but we're not there yet. I think I'm at the point where I want to do Stripe integration. But let me first commit what I've changed. Okay, awesome. And we have we have a migration. When did that happen? Okay. Oh, that's right. We had a change in the choices on models on builds. Um, better names for um, build status and actually let's break this up into 2 commits. Oh, I just did everything, didn't I? Blah. I'll just do it at once. Git commit better names for. I wonder if I could do. Can I do something like with this stage changes? Look at that. I can enter. I could just do it this way. I haven't used this feature of VS Code yet, so this is working with Git. So added. Let's see. This is. Guess it shows. I'm not sure what these buttons do. Look at this. I have all these fancy things I can work with. That's kind of cool. Normally I like to do it from the command line, but it's fun to use tools sometimes. Better names for build choices. That was from the last time I streamed on Wednesday, this past Wednesday. So better names for build choices and account control UI cleanup. Okay, and then I can't. Oh, that's right. Better names for build status. Okay, account control cleanup. And how do I actually get this to commit? You know what? I want to not wrestle with Git. See? And I know Git will complain, oh, it should be less than 50 characters. And if this were a project, you know, if this project were at a different time in its career or in its life cycle, then I would do that. But for now, I just want to get some stuff done. Okay, so now I want to add in Stripe stuff. So Stripe, for those who don't know, is a and I'd be surprised if you don't know, it is a billing system where you can sell individual items or you can put people on a subscription plan. And I wasn't certain I was going to use it. There's some other options out there that are pretty good. However, they just implemented a customer dashboard system. So that means implementing Stripe subscriptions is a lot less work. And what I plan to do is add a link here in this dropdown. Husky, is that a pip project or a VS Code project? So finite singularity is suggesting I install Husky. I have nothing against npm, and if JavaScript is fine. If you're building web apps and you don't know JavaScript, you should really fix that. So here's something I need to fix: is when you click this and you click on it again, it doesn't fix. Maybe I can correct that real quick, and then I'll. Actually, I'm gonna work on that another time. What I do want to do though is, so here's a nav bar, and then your profile. Right now we don't have settings. So what I want to do is I'm going to change that to billing. And what we'll do is when users come in, if they don't have an active account, they will be directed to billing. That is, we'll write some code to handle that, or I'll bring in some code that I've used on other projects. And so we'll put that under users, just so, did I commit properly? Okay, yeah, I did. I'm just wondering why it says 9 there. Not gonna worry about it. Do I need like semicolons there? I don't think so. This is weird that it's showing that way. Okay, so it's kind of like pre-commit, but for npm. It sounds pretty awesome. Excuse me. Whoa, looks like someone. I have to kick someone. How do I? Okay, so I think I just managed to properly kick that person. Okay. All right, so here we're gonna go to, so we're gonna add our billing. We're gonna do that we're gonna write a view inside of our users thing. And this will be, let me see if I can broaden this a bit. Let's do, I wonder why we're doing this. I can't recall. There might have been some reason why we did that back in the day. Okay, so class user billing view. Login required mixin, and then this. So we're gonna need to provide a link, or basically, I want to show off all the information that a user has, and I also want to provide them an option to redirect to the Stripe actual billing platform. So this would show the invoice for the local month or something like that. So let me I actually think I want to do this with a regular Django view. Yep, let's do that. And then or is that the way we want to do it? We might be able to do it with an update view. Let's try an update view, because that gives us but then if we do update view, we have to define a model, and we don't have a bill model yet, and maybe we should. Let me think for a second. So Right or Not has a complex billing system in that when you here, I'm gonna put this in the README just so every time I want to refer to it I can. Billing. So this is my billing. This is how Right or Not will bill for. So the subscription rates. All right. So first of all, Right or Not is based off of the theory that I don't want to put people into buckets. Like you shouldn't have to choose between a $5 plan, $10 plan, and a $50 plan. What I want to do is the more you use it, the more you pay, but the more you use it, the less you pay for each thing. So the more you use Right or Not, the less you pay for each thing, the more you pay. You pay for each thing. Okay. All right. So let's see. General plan. No prorating of invoices. So what that means is if you decide that you're going to reduce your bill by not paying for the whole time, then or you like remove things not long before your bill is due, that will not affect your bill at all. That you basically pay for your activity within a month, and there is nothing you can do about it. This is and this is payment structure is this is what you're paying for. Is for now we're going to do $1 per book. So a book is chapters. Each book that you have is $1, and then you are going to pay. Here, let's make that a list. Actually, let's make it a table. So it's item, original price, reduction, and then minimum. Okay, and this is all going to make sense in just a second. Oops, that's oh, you're funny. Oh, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so we have a book. A book costs money. The original book is, and these are in US dollars. The reduction is 0.01. So it reduces by 1 cent, and the minimum that you pay per book is going to be 50 cents. And then for a build, you pay 10 cents per build, and then it reduces by 1 cent, and the minimum you can pay per build is 1 cent. And isn't there a way to preview markdown files? I'm trying to look for the I thought there was a markdown preview. Maybe it's under Go. I used to know this. I used to do this all the time. I don't know why I can't remember it. A markdown open preview. So it's Shift. Okay, so it is Shift Windows V. Okay, so I'm going to explain it. So if you have one book and no builds, you'll pay $1. That is the original price. Actually, it should be starting price. Builds only within 1 month. Let me see if this will work. Okay, so now if I had 2 books, the first one would be $1, the second one would be 99 cents. The minimum this can go to is 50 cents. Oops. The way builds work is if you do no builds, you don't get charged within a month. If you do 5 builds, the first build is 10 cents, then 5, then 4, then 10, 9, 8, 7, 6. So it's 10, 9, 8, 7. Yeah. So it'd be 6 cents for the last build, and it all combines. And the minimum that you could pay is 1 cent. No, this is all builds. Thank you for the clarification. All builds. So what this means is if you are a book publisher and you have 100 books, you're not paying $100. You're paying. I'd have to write some code to show it off, and I guess I will be. And same thing with builds. It will calculate it. So considering this and that, we're going to have to track this so people can look this up. I actually think that I should create an app called Bills or Invoices. Would that be the right name for this? Is Invoices? I actually think Invoices is the right name for this. Yeah, wouldn't it be? Because an invoice is a list of items. It's kind of like your receipt. So we're going to create an app called Invoices. Orders. Yeah, it's not really orders because it's a subscription-based system. Now, for the purposes of today, we may not get into all of the background behind the billing system. We'll start off with $1, just so we can do the Stripe integration. And if it turns out that happens really quick as I think, then we will move on to other things. So this view that I started creating users is in the wrong place. And instead, I will do manage.py startup invoices. And we're going to move invoices to within here. And so within here, you can see that I have invoices. Okay, we are in a pretty good place. What is in this context processors? Wow, settings contacts? What am I doing with settings contacts here? Oh, wow. So we're injecting the settings right into every request. We might change that because that's bad. That actually is a potential security risk. I think I hope I was not the one to do it on cookie cutter Django. I'm going to say that someone else came up with that. Yeah, Audrey is saying, as soon as I said that's what it does, Audrey's in the background. You can't hear her. She's saying, that's bad. Because, yeah, she's been calling that one out. Yeah, I would. Yeah, when I'm streaming, Audrey and Uma, my daughter, are usually around, but through the power of having a half decent microphone, you can't hear them. Although, actually, I've heard on, I think it was last week or on Wednesday's stream or the one right before that, there's a you could hear my daughter babbling. Okay, I'm going off on a admiring my wife tangent. Okay, so we have models, views. So we're going to create our models from model utils.db import time. What is it? I implement it over here under books. Models. Well, Django, you got me trained up funny. So the thing is each build, because we're gonna be, I'm if I don't know if Fabio is listening, he's kind of our no, he's not in on this one. The thing is it kind of depends on, we may have to, this is a prototype billing console. Let me restate. 10 cents a build and then down to 1 cent per build might work. We're still trying to figure this out, and we haven't actually costed it out. If we could get this working with AWS Lambda and figure out how much the cost is, and we're still making money per build, even if it's for a large book that takes up a large time to render, then 1 cent is great. I would rather give authors a reason to really embrace using this a lot. Although it's not the individuals I'm worried about. If we get a publisher for whatever reason decides to use our thing and they have like 500 books, you're right, this could end up costing us money. So this is a prototype, and one of the things that we're going to go into this, because we're not putting people into bucket plans with Stripe, if we need to change how we bill, it's not going to be that hard. We'll just define our terms. Hey, what we do is we would actually, if we have to change our rates, we would write out why, and we cost it out so that way users of our system could understand that, hey, we have to increase the price or the minimum so that way we can survive as a company. But I just had an idea. What if but I actually like the idea of just going down to 5 cents, right? Let's just do it. And if because that means that we don't then have to apologize for raising our price later. I mean, we still might have to raise our price, but it's good to get this in place. And there are probably going to be people who say, oh, why don't you get like venture capital and give it out for free until you get a business? And it's like, no, I don't want to go through months of paperwork to then have someone telling me how to run our business or how to run this product. We want to we want to do it our way. So when this is created, what are the fields on an invoice? Let's see. Let's go to I think I can go to let's see, where's a good sample invoice that I can share with you and not feel uncomfortable? Actually, you know what? I'll just look up a sample invoice. Free printable invoice. Hey Matt, I think we probably will go. I mean, I can't remember if we do it, if we go into our philosophy with app design within our book. But I would have to check. I can't really recall. If we do, it's really brief. The thing is, Matt, I can go into our philosophy. The thing is knowing when to break up an app is kind of an art form, and it is not always easy to figure out. Here we go. We have this sample invoice from InvoiceBerry. You're right. So we're going to have besides the invoice, we're also going to have class line items. Those timeout error. Hold on. Model. Okay, and then we're going to have invoice equals models dot foreign key to the invoice, and then we're going to have on delete equals models dot set null, I think. Okay, so that way if a line item gets deleted, it doesn't destroy the invoice. Oh, thank you. It's singular. Thank you. Thank you for the catch, finite singularity. What would I do without you? Okay, so we have our invoice. This is their information. We have the invoice number. We'll just use primary key, the date. We probably want to have a like date invoiced models dot date time field, right? Required. Isn't that a field? Why am I like blanking on this? Wow, it's so hard to read this big chunk of thing that I am actually getting overwhelmed by it. I can't handle this. Oh my god, I can't handle this. So hold on. Oh god, that like makes you dizzy looking at all those fields. Django. It's editable, blank, choices, null, unique. Isn't there like a required field? A blank. Oh, it's null. Oh my god, I cannot believe I did not know that. Okay. So this allows us within the admin. Oh my god, I can't believe I like forgot how like null and blank equals true works. I don't know if that's the default for the date time field. And it's not really clear. Yeah, finite singularity is right. There's usually some pretty clear walls. If there isn't, you can by all means like just either write it out here or in some other system and link us to it from so that way we can look to it in chat, and that way we can, maybe help you noodle through what you have. The one thing you do want to avoid is having the giant monster app, just because files can get really big, and it's rare that you actually export things out, but it's just nice to have a little container. Here's my users, here's my invoices, here's my books, and builds. This is actually a really clear project for it. Yes, that is true. Finite singularity is important for forms. Oh, I'm so sorry to hear that finite singularity, that you're dealing with the monster app. That's brutal. Okay, so going back to Invoice Barry's example, this is the person's information. We won't gather a user's address and information like that until we actually come up with a payout system, like where we're actually letting people sell books on our platform. For now, it's just building books so that way they can use KDP and draft to digital to make a run, or maybe Shopify if they want to sell directly. So I think that's good. So we have invoice, and then here it is. All right. So I think what we would do here is we would have books. So we list the number of books, models dot integer field, and then the minimum. There's a minimum field, isn't there? Wow, this is so really hard for me to look at, and it's actually throwing me off to the point that, I mean, it's weird. Normally, like, these code completion things are kind of nice, but in this case, I feel options. Wouldn't it be positive integer field? Yes, I want a positive. And then zoom up. And isn't there a way to have a minimum? Maybe it's under decimal field. When actually it wouldn't be. So like integer field, but must be positive or 0. Values. Okay, let's see. And then uses min value. I want to. So I think we'll just do default of 1. Okay. And then we have builds, models, builds this month, just being very explicit, so there's no ambiguity. And this also is this positive integer field. Does that let us do 0? I think it does, but I just want to check. I'd rather and yes, I could probably do positive small integer field, because odds are a single customer won't have this many builds, but I'll be happy if they do. So we're going to go for the large scale. We're going to assume we're going to have so much business. Default equals 0. So we have books, builds this month, and then off of this, ooh, yeah, that's true. But it almost makes me think that an invoice, we could do an invoice like this, because we only have 2 invoice items, right? Hey, Sky Forest. Yeah, thank you for complimenting my audio. I have the good microphone, I've got the good filters, and I've learned, you can't see this because my camera isn't working. Let's see if I can actually get a camera working and show you what I'm doing. I'm actually keeping my mouth like right on the microphone at all times. Okay. Oh wow. So for whatever reason, the here I'll show you. Maybe. Okay, so for whatever reason, my monitor's camera isn't working. You can see me, hey. But if I try to do the chroma key, just so everyone sees, because it's kind of funny. Hey Matt, great to see you. Thanks for coming. Oh, that's right. So Skyforest, I've talked to Audrey about it because we're gonna try and figure out the emotes. Just with the launch of the live online Django crash course and the registration, getting all those pieces in order, we've been busy with stuff. Oh, Hikara, oh my goodness, I haven't been thanking people for following me. Hikara, thank you for the follow. Matt Griffin, Le Casanova, Lalu, thank you all for following. Uh, yeah, I mean, I could. Let me just shut this off since it's not working. Let me think for a second. So, the nice thing about the approach that I have is I can get it done very quickly, and then I could modify it later. Because I'm not, if I do line item, then let's say I do line item, and then I need to link it to, I guess, a product, right? Because there's or I guess I could do, let's look at our friends. Let's see if we can do a simple version of it. So it would be item name, or we call it name. Just do these as strings so we can think these things through. Oh, that might be good because you can converting a choice field to that is simple, and so we'd have name, description, unit costs, um, and that way, if we're with your approach, finite singularity, what we can do is okay. I see how we do it. All right, because with yours, it means that if we need to migrate forward, it's an easier migration. Um, yeah, I see where you're going with this finite singularity. Okay, it does make building it a little bit easier. Thank you for the coaching finite singularity. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have we're not gonna call it type just because see how it's like a reserved word in type. So we're going to call it item because if we look at this, item is one of these things. So we're going to do items equals models dot car field max length, and the length is going to be, let's go with 20, just because books and builds pretty simple. And then choices, we're going to define that right now. Let's look up under books. Do we have we don't have it here, but this way I don't have to look it up in the docs. Oops, that was not where I wanted to go. It's not users, it would be under builds. Under build models, here is how we define a enum for, hold on, let me see. I've got builds. I'm just closing some of these templates so I can see. Okay, here we go. So we can call this types because that fits there. And then instead of created, we'd have, it would be book. Okay, and next we have, and description, I guess when we do out the we can actually do this a bit longer. So this would be, oh, we'll just leave it be. We don't need the description per se. We can have unit cost, quantity. So we do need a quantity field. Okay, and let's get rid of this. These are positive integers. Hopefully we'll never go negative. That'd be really weird, right? And the default is 1. But except for with books, you will always have to have, actually, you know, we could do it where people, so I don't want to just have like a million people. Geez, finite singularity, you're really making things hard. I think let's make it a integer field. No, it's fine. It's not complicated. We probably won't figure out the complication of refunds right away, but knowing that we can do it is important. And you know what I'm gonna do real quick? I'm just gonna go off on a quick tangent. So I have this. I want to see if I activate the chroma key. Okay, so I'm gonna add a chroma key, and we're gonna see what it gives us. Okay, and if I go to blue, yeah, see that how it's? I think that's the sunlight. Okay, so I'm gonna just shut down my video capture device. Yeah, you're probably right. Okay, so I think that's good for now. Because line total, that's a calculation. Like that's not something we want to track actually in the line item. That would be where we render it. And okay, so let's couple other things that we need to do is this looks good. See invoices config, name invoices. We can get a little bit fancier with that later. Config, settings, and let's look for okay. All right. Invoices, and then I think it was invoice config. Invoices config. Perfect. That's what I thought. Okay. We don't need you. And then we can do manage.py make migrations invoices. Oops. Might help if I actually choices equals line item types. Oh, and then the other thing that I want to do is the default okay, where's the build so I can look up how we define defaults. Default is, okay, that's right. So it's dot choices, and then the other thing is our default is line item types dot, oh, we don't have a default, so we'll just leave it like that. Oh, that's right. So you're right. So the cascade. There we go. Thank you. Okay, so I always get those backwards, which makes me think I might have created orphans So this is I think we need to, I'll review this at another point in time. Okay, so here we have our quantity. We have line item types. Let us. All right, and now we can. Okay, so we now have, and then we have that in place. And we can do from dot models import invoice and line item, and then admin dot site dot register invoice, and we'll do also line item. Okay, and let's see what happens. Are we still running our server? Our server is still up. So finite singularity, the advantage of using this, I think, for me, is just a little bit of clarity instead of tuples. But really, it's not that big of a deal. Like, you're not. It's if you think that switching to tuples is going to make your models with like 30 items in a choices field be more obvious, I can tell you that's not going to happen. That 30 items in a choices field is just going to be a little bit hard to read. Yeah. Hey, I'm going to take a short bathroom break. So I will be right back. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. Really quick, now that I'm back, I'm going to. So this is for Diet Dr. Pepper. If you're out there, this is my favorite soda brand. If you're listening, Diet Dr. Pepper, I want to be a spokesperson. I want you to sponsor my videos, and I will do. I'll code up some crazy stuff for you if, well, not for you, but for the world if you sponsor my videos. So to Diet Dr. Pepper. Okay. All right, so that's enough of that commercial break. Okay, so let's get back to work. So we are building our invoice system. We're doing it pretty quickly just so we can get it into place. As much as I want to build out all of the pieces for this, what I want to do is I want to get to the Stripe portion of this. But to do that, of course, I have to generate an index. So let's think about sign up flow, so we can figure out how it's going to work. Sign up flow. 1, use sign up. 2, now here's the question. I had thought, what if you had to have books in our system, that you had to have at least one book. But what if there's no books? Now the downside to that is we could get like 1 million junk accounts in our database. But databases are designed to handle that. That's not, and it's not like we'd be tracking all their data until they create that book, in which case an invoice would be generated for that time period. So I actually think that signing up should not generate a book for you. That is something that you get to do all on your own. So then what that means is if you are first logged in and you try to create a book, okay, let's create an account and we'll just walk through this really quick. Okay, so I want to get started, and my name is we're going to use Cheesehead, who is guest starring. He is in the Django Crash course, and okay, so he signs up, and he's saying, I have to verify. Oh, that's ugly. I'll need to fix that later. But and then he gets an email that contains this link. Okay, and there. Wow, we do have to clean that up, don't we? But he confirms that he's good. Now he's directed to here, and he can now log into his account. Okay, so now he has no words written. I should change this to be 0, not that. Let's change that just so it's a little bit prettier. Home dashboard, total chapters, default. So now if he goes to my books, and this, when he clicks here, because this should be a warning modal, when he clicks here, this should say we'll need to have your payment information and stuff like that. So let's I guess code that in. Let me think. How would we do that? The way that would work is when you create a book, if an invoice doesn't exist for your pay period, and perhaps we can do all of our payments one day of the month. excuse me. Well, maybe that's a bit much. But what it should do is, if you don't have any books yet, what'll happen is, and actually this is really good because this idea is good because you shouldn't, just because you're writing books, you should be able to use our system without having to write books. You should be able to go to your library and purchase books without ever having written a book. So it makes sense that invoices work this way. So what we'll do is, here's the fun thing that we can do. When you create a book, it charges you instantly for when that book is created. And I completely understand, like, Stripe costs. Like, this is actually going to be a hit on us. See what the pricing is. So basically, we'll be giving up 33 cents plus whatever costs we have for, like, my labor, because I make like $2 an hour, maybe a little bit more. Plus, so the nice thing about this approach, and even, is that, like, let's say you do 10 bucks within a month. All right, so we may have to, each time you do that, you get invoiced separately. But then, when we invoice you again, which would be 30 days after you start, you will then, when we start invoicing you 30 days after your account started, then it'll deduct it. So I hope this is making sense. It makes sense to me, and that's the important thing. So when a book is created, isn't there like a book, a create method on models? Django model create. There's like a method. Yes, there is. See this? There is a, I guess it's a class. No, this is the class method. I've done this. I haven't done this in a long time. Where you have a class method on something. But what I'm looking for is there. I thought there was like a, yeah. So see there's this create method. I guess this is a manager method. Yeah, there is. I'm just trying to remember. So it's actually on managers. Django managers create. We're going to look at the behavior. And it's not documented. Hold on for a second. Let me think. But this shouldn't be hard to do. Let's do it. I mean, I know we can do it as a signal, but I'm just trying to avoid signals. I always try to avoid signals. So we'll stick the managers. We'll put the manager here, and later on we can move it to its own file. I haven't really dug into managers in a little while. So here we have get query set editors, calling custom query set methods from the manager. And what we may do so this is the complicated way of doing things. The easier way, yeah, we can certainly do it that way. I'll show you an easier way. Well, no, let's do this so that way there's no chance of a mistake happening. So we can do def create self quargs, and then we return super dot create quargs, and then we'll just test it a couple times just to make sure we didn't break anything. In theory, this shouldn't have broken anything. In practice, it's always good to assume you're breaking stuff. Daniel, and I'm gonna put in the password. Okay, so if I create a new book. Okay, so whoops. Okay, so we didn't break anything, and then let's see. So as finite singularity says, we pass in all the parameters of our model. The question is if we do book equals this, and then return book. And so what we should be able to do now is, let me think for a second. So from here, we should be able to do IPD. We're going to import, and we're just going to see what we get when we import it and we get to this point in things. So let's create a new book, and we're going to scroll down in our terminal. IPDB may break just because, oops, didn't like that. Didn't even get that far. Okay, so, well, that was interesting. Oh, you know why? Oh, silly me. Right, so oh, that's interesting. Shouldn't that have like, let's see if we can break. Oh, you know why? Because it may not even be using, because, all right, the issue here is that because of how because it may be building it another means. No, I don't like doing that. I'm kind of like old school, or I don't know if that's old school or not. It says a book update view. I think what I have to do is, tell you what, I think I can code this up really simply. From writer not dot invoices dot models import invoice line item, and then what we do is, yeah, I did. I set the I set book manager. See right there, objects equals. So that's our book manager. So I'm just gonna write it, and we're gonna see what happens. Yes, I'm putting the import in here. I'll move it up. I'm just testing this out. Thank you. That was mailman. Okay, so we have invoice equals invoice dot objects dot create, and I think with the invoice, yeah, there's like nothing in there. And date invoiced I can do now, but we'll just keep it super simple. We're gonna be blowing away some records. And then line item equals line item dot objects dot create. And then we have invoice equals invoice. What's next? We have item. Oops. Item. I can write this out. I really can. Item equals line item types dot, I think it's book. Yep. And then quantity equals 1, right? So, yep, that's matches. And then we have this, and then we have a book. So this is what should happen whenever, oh, yes, we do. A user does need to have models dot foreign key settings dot. Thank you. That's pretty funny. From Django dot conf import settings. Is that what it is? Settings dot user model. I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Settings dot auth user model, and on delete equals models dot models dot cascade. We have to give people the ability eventually to get rid of their user. So back here, creator equals book dot creator, and this will be user, right? And then actually what we should probably do is get the date invoiced, because they're getting invoiced immediately. Okay, so date invoice is, so this doesn't make any sense, because now we also, because they're invoiced, so we have to bill them immediately. So I actually think putting this in here is a bit of premature optimization. That, but this does make sure that it's always, a book always has that initial invoice. So, but see how there's also no actual hard relationship between them. So I'm actually thinking of putting this into the, when a view is, actually in this case, yeah. So maybe I'll do, let's do set null. And yeah, because you did bring up the audit thing. Oh, protect. Thank you. Protect. Okay, so but I'm actually, but what I'm did do is I pulled this code out, and I think as much as it can be good to keep logic out of the view, in this case I'm gonna put it into the book creation. Where is book update view? Book create view. So here, where we are directing them is not to Stripe, and we will need to do that. And when we come up with the API, we are going to have to keep this in mind, that we, when that user does create that first book, if they don't have a credit card value, then, or a Stripe ID. And I think that's the value that we're going to need. So what we're going to do is we're going to assume that we don't have that value. And instead what we're going to do is here, see how we've let me just make it a little bit more clear. And now we can also do datetime.now. I think will work. Okay, so I think this is the right way to do things. Oops, this is the right way to do things. So we're putting it in the book create view. When we do come up with the REST API, we will, this is something that we're just gonna have to remember. It just is the way that it is. But I don't think it's that big of a deal. Where we'll have, what we're gonna do is once we figure out how we're gonna track a person's account on Stripe, which will probably be like a Stripe ID that we attach to their user record. If there isn't one, we'll direct them to Stripe. Well, in any case, we're directing them to a method to pay that is in Stripe. We'll set up the session ID. So I think, yeah, the more I think about, the more I like this approach. Okay, so what I do need to do, I imported these values. I do need to import. And this is from Django.utils import now. Is that it? I can't remember. Oh my god, it's been import time zone. That's what it is. Okay. Wow, it has been a while since I have worried too much about that. So time zone dot now. What? Date invoice? It doesn't like you? So this is under invoices, models. Oh. Thank you. All right, so let's we can go to the next terminal. So model class models invoice isn't in. So what? Didn't we already create? Yeah, we already created this. Let me see the error. What did I do from dot import views books? Yes, we maybe. Hold on. Let's see if we can correct this real quick. So name. Yeah, we have it right here. We have the name writer.not.books, and oh, I know what the problem. See, it's writer.not.books. Okay. I think what we're gonna do is we're gonna drop db writer.not and create db writer.not. We'll just start over. And then one of the things I'm gonna do, because we already have a migration and it's kind of junky. In fact, this is what we can do that's really fun since we just created this. We're going to rebuild all of our migrations because it's early. So this is not, okay, so what I'm doing, just for those of you who are listening, watching, following along, but the thing is I just created a new database. It doesn't really matter. Watch this. So now I can do like, why did it not do everything? So we have migrations for sites, books. Can we do builds and invoices? Let's see if it lets us do all of them. There we go. So now we have like super lean, tight migrations. You've never done that? Oh my god, early on, before you have anything concrete, this is like the best. It just means that people are like, how come you have like 60 migrations? Oh, you're being sarcastic. Okay. Yeah, it's I've literally written like super. So if you're watching this, you'll be like, you might be like, what is he doing? Can I do this in production? So here's the thing: I can do this because it's never been in production, and I don't have serious testing data. So if I want to clobber my tables and rebuild them from scratch, that's on me. It's I'm not losing anything. So that's that's part of the fun of before you go to production and and if you don't have a large team, and yeah, this is like the best time. Okay, so now the fun of it, of course, is that like I did lose a little bit of test data. Um, hey, what's wrong with you? Okay, so what? Okay, so now if I go here, it's gonna be like, oh, see, I don't like this. Oh, I guess I can hit. Oh, and that X doesn't work. So I have to figure out some stuff for mobile users. So let's get started. I'm gonna create Daniel at Feldroy, and then Daniel. So it wants me to confirm my account. You'd be surprised, finite singularity, what people will do. I know someone that is literally what they are doing. They are writing a book. Um, they are writing a book using using their iPhone. But iPhone works well for him. It's what he wants to do. Okay, so let's create a book. So I have no books. Um and you know what I could have done? Uh Actually no, it's fine if I don't have this in place. Um is so I have this name, and so wait, why is it adding first name? That's weird. We don't actually care about first names. I'm not going to worry about it. Um so I think what I've done in other projects is I have like a Stripe ID, um a Stripe user ID, and this relates to their user account on Stripe. And eventually my dream is to add other payment gateways, but for now we're just going to deal with Stripe. And then Stripe user ID blank equals true, max length equals, I think we'll do 100. That should be fine. Okay, so if they do not have a Stripe user ID, and we might even have to, um, well, so he is actually, I don't know if Joey's on right now. He is our Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu and Capoeira instructor, and he wants to write a book, and he has done some pretty impressive things on his iPhone, just methodically going through. He when he puts his mind to it, he can be super disciplined. So here under books, when the view is, um, I don't know. Um, we're just going to go for something really simple right now. Um, so here, if request dot user Stripe ID user ID is dot strip, we'll just do that. And this is something that the user won't be able to modify. So if it's 0, we're just going to make sure there's no ambiguity, that people don't get away with being able to create stuff. And we're going to certainly have a active field on this, but I'm just going to work off of having a plain Stripe user ID. Then if this is a case, then I guess here's where we, regardless whether or not, actually, hold on, whether or not they have a Stripe user ID, let's take out, we'll leave the Stripe user ID. Whether or not they have that Stripe user ID in there, we are going to be redirecting them to a Stripe payment system. Let's do it. Okay. First, I think I need to set up. I think I need to set up Stripe as. Actually, I think I have a Stripe account that will suffice for this. So we're gonna sign in, and here we go. So I have one right here. You're gonna see how much money we're bringing in, and you're gonna be like, wow, he's so rich. Okay. All right, so our gross volume today is 0. Our balance is $67, which is me testing out the platform. And we're going to put it under feldroy.com for now. We're going to go to the test data, and let's get our test keys. And what we'll do, this is, let's see, do we have, what are we using? Oh, I guess we're using env. So I think, so we're going to have Stripe public key equals env, and then it's dot string. Yeah, env dot string, and then it'll be Stripe and actually I think I'm gonna prefix this. Just the reason why I'm prefixing this is I'll do right or not just so it's a little bit more straightforward, is there is a older project that we maintain, or several older projects, and some of these are pretty old, and they might have I might have it in my default environment variables. So so for now, until we get some cleanup done, you're gonna see me looking for this value, the prefixing it with right or not, so I don't accidentally pollute this with another project's information. Okay. And there's our test. And just so everyone knows, these are test values. I'm not doing this for real. Okay, so we have this. Let's see what we have for developers. We have our keys. Yeah, that's it. And now what I want to do is I want to look at Stripe redirect to payment page. And I just did this, a redirect to checkout. This is exactly what I want to do. Okay, let's see if we can find the documentation. Okay, so pre-built checkout. I think that's what we want. There we go. So we do Stripe checkout. We're going to accept a payment, set up future payments. All right, we're going to start with accept a payment. We're doing it the Python way. Let's see if I can. Okay, so we're gonna install Stripe, and then we'll add it to our requirements. And the nice thing about this is you will be able to track invoices for our internal purposes. And although now I'm wondering why are we duplicating what Stripe gives us, which we may get rid of our own invoice system and rely on Stripes. I should have thought of that. That's a loud car. Hey, I appreciate it. I really having you here and talking me through stuff. This has been awesome. I hope to see you again soon, Finite Singularity. Okay, so we have our Stripe invoice. Where's my requirements? Okay, so we have Stripe. We're going to create a checkout session. Oh, look at that. I think we can get away with not having an invoices app at all. Imagine if we did it what we should be doing rather than doing this work ourselves. I feel bad for like having this invoice thing is I should have just, oh my God, I think I can get away with not actually having an invoices app. I don't know what I was thinking. See, this is a problem with us developers. We always complicate things we don't necessarily need to complicate. So imagine if instead of this, I did. So first thing, I import Stripe. Okay. And now here, I do, let's see, Stripe dot, hold on, let's set up that config because we're not sure where else we're going to need it, especially with the, actually this is pretty much the only place, but let's just do it on load equal Stripe dot API key equals settings dot Stripe secret key, and then in the app itself we're going to do session equals Stripe dot checkout dot session dot create Okay, let me just trying to make it a little bit clearer what we're doing. And then payment types, payment method types. At the moment, we're just going to worry about cards and our card. The line items. Look at that. See, I'm adding the line items. So I can do price data. Let's just copy this, right? Close. Hold on. We're just going to copy this whole block of text. It's just going to be easier. Okay, so we have our currency is in US dollars. Unit amount is 100 pennies. The product title is book. Oops. Book. And the quantity is 1. Actually, I know why we do have to have this. You know why? It is because it is to, so this way people can't create and then delete things, and then we have to account for it later. So, but let's hold off on doing this because there may be a way around this in Stripe that maybe what we can do is we can do invoices to a subscription where we add line items to a subscription. I'm pretty sure we can do that. So we add stuff but things aren't taken away. Because again, the more I can offload onto Stripe, the better. And then our success URL is going to be 127.0.0.1.8. This is not HTTPS. And then it is going to go to book URL. So we're using an F string there, and and if they cancel, we'll go back to, I think it's books, and we'll clean up the URL later. Books mine. Yeah, I know that I could. Hey, how's it going, Wet Jacket? Okay, so we have book dot up. Okay. What settings is defined? Hold on. Let's think we might have. Line 25 settings. Yeah, we have settings defined. Let's try it again. 148. Oh. I'm good. Just working on getting some stuff working. Okay. So we don't have the Stripe user ID yet. Let's where is Stripe user ID working? Oh, that's right. We added that as a make migrations users. Okay, and now we're gonna do the migration. Hey, Cameron. Do I call you Cameron or Hossein? What would you prefer, Cameron? All right. Cameron, okay. Yeah, you're like I can't remember where you're all the way in Bangladesh. So it's like 5:35 there, isn't it? Or 6:35 in the morning. That's crazy. I think you're in Bangladesh, right? Okay, yeah. Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, my wife's father, my father-in-law, he's from Calcutta. That's a city in India that is close to the border with Bangladesh. It's West Bengal. And I actually got to go there last year. It was awesome, but we were just in the city, and of course are with like older members of the family, so they're like, we basically weren't allowed to go out on our own. And oh, that's good. I'm glad, Cameron. That's uh, but so yeah, at some point I'd love to go to. Well, we plan to go back to India and go to other parts of West Bengal, which is that province in India, as well as cross over the border to Bangladesh. Okay, so you're half an hour's difference. Just if you don't know this about Bangladesh and India, like that region, which is called Bengal, and it used to be like a major kingdom, and Bengal tigers are there, big tigers, right? The northern areas of that place, that's Darjeeling. Darjeeling is in there. So if you've ever heard of Darjeeling tea, they have amazing, amazing tea that comes out of that area. And here's something else a lot of you probably don't know. Amazing coffee comes out of that place too. And because I've been to Colombia in South America, and the coffee is to die for. And I was like, oh, and we brought a bunch home. We're like, oh, this is fantastic. I'll never have it again. We were there in 2018. And then in late 2019, we went to India and we were getting this fantastic coffee. And like, oh, it's up. You get it from up in Darjeeling. It's like what everybody drinks around here and in Bangladesh. And we're like, really? And then like we did the math. It's like mountainous country. It's good for growing tea and fruit. Why wouldn't there be amazing coffee too? So just to let everyone know, if you can ever get, Darjeeling is up in the mountains. If you can get coffee from West Bengal, you will not be disappointed. I'm much more of a coffee drinker than a tea drinker these days. Okay, so we have this. Right now, it's redirecting to the book update URL. What I want to do is let's look and see what they say. We're going to pass a session ID. Here they are. Here they are getting. Oh, this is like, I remember this. I was like going, why are they doing this? So they grab the session ID and then they fetch it in the browser. Okay, so now they don't even, at this point, they're not even getting a chance to, we're not even going to give them a chance to build a book yet. So what am I doing? I am putting in a billing system for Write or Not, which is a pet project I have. So that way people have a means to so that way I can launch this and start making a little bit of money, or people can look at it and then like click, oh, I'm gonna click the create a book. Oh wait, I have to pay $1. No way. So I want to do that. That is my current plan. So we're gonna create a view, class secret view. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is I think there's a JSON response. Yes, we already have JSON response in here. And what we're going to do is we're going to fetch the checkout session. Oh, this is like kind of grungy. So actually this is going to be a get. Actually, I see what we're going to do. So this is going to be so we're going to have the, and then why is this? Is this that much more secure, this fetch? I guess so. So our get is when they get to a view where they see this information, and maybe you should have this in the book list view. Okay, I see what I'm gonna do. Okay, so this right here, I'm gonna be rebuilding a bunch of this, but what I'll do is this will go up here. This is gonna be the same, but we're gonna make it, and we're gonna probably comment out this. The success URL will be the book create view URL. So it'll be but this is not a webhook. Well, we'll play with it for a little bit. Because there's not a book when they get to the Stripe secret view. Get to retrieve this session. Yeah. So we're gonna do like books create, and from here we're gonna have a JSON response of. We look at this. It is session ID is what's getting passed in. And then the value is going to be session.id. Let me make sure I'm calling JSON response correctly. Yep, I am. Okay, so this URL is like these URLs are not decent URLs. I'll have to fix things up a little bit. So it's create. So yeah, I called it create. But what we'll do with our current book create view is we're going to have an intermediate phase where we def get self request args quargs. Okay, and then return render. Okay, and then in this render, so this is when we get requests, this is when we get post requests. So let me just see. Do we have a render? Am I using render anywhere else? Shortcuts? Yes, I am using render somewhere else. Actually, no, but I'm importing it. So I believe render asks for a template, which is book create. Okay, so let's see what happens. Right now, this is a post, and I want to, if I go to book list, so see how this is a form, but that's not what I want anymore, this form. And instead, I want to do a ref. This is going to be ugly for a little bit while we get this in order. So link. Oh, yeah, so we're going to do link, and then, you know what I'm just thinking of is, what if we did this? Hold on. I think I know how to do this. So what if we did this, and we're going to make this as a type button, and we're going to give it an ID. ID equals start book. Okay. Now, if we look at Stripe, and this is going to make sense in a couple minutes. So here we're getting this ID, right? And so if I look at, so I have this book create view. Why even have a separate view when instead what should happen is when they create this, it should, yeah, hold on. So this get, like, just bear with me. So this get right here, this way I don't need to add another view. I just build off the view that I have. Okay, so now when you want to create a book, to get the secret, you get the session ID, you get it by hitting the book create URL. Oh, this is awesome. Okay. I hope this is making sense. I'm not explaining it well right now as I go through it. I'm sort of figuring this out as I go. So, yes, start a new book. So if let's see if I know I have it somewhere. Actually, what we can do is let's do it with just native JavaScript and keep it really simple. So where's we can use define events. Yes. So all I have to do is add an event listener like that. Perfect. And I also have send data. But that's not actually what I'll be doing. I'll be doing a fetch. But this actually has a lot of useful stuff to it. So let me see. So if I do var title, but instead it is start book, and this is off that, we're going to add a click to this, and then I think that is what we want. I'm going to do console.log, and I may convert this to AlpineJS. I'm just trying to get a proof of concept going in my head while it's fresh. What? No chapter API with argument? What? But I have a bunch of junk. Okay, so somehow I broke the... I'm going to get rid of this because that's probably confusing stuff. How is reverse chapter API? What does that have to do with anything? Did I mess up my URLs? Maybe I messed up my URLs. Books mine create. So books create. What did I do wrong here? I mean, I took out this form. This shouldn't. Once again, check the other terminal. Get diff writer not views. See what I changed. So I got rid of this. I book create view. We added where did name chapter API? Oh, I know why. Hold on. Okay. The reason is that down here, this makes sense. Down here when I copy pasted this right here, there's no book or chapter, so there we go. Now it'll work. Okay, so we have to start a new API books, start a new book. So this is the older version, the form-based version that just magically creates it. Now, nothing, and let's check our JavaScript console. We did not get any display of activity. So clicking on this, maybe it's time to do some AlpineJS and keep things really simple. X data equals, okay, and then I think what we can do is we can get rid of this, and we can make this a little bit easier because we can do where is it? It is, yes, starting a new book. It'd be like x.click, or no, it's x click equals Let's see how xclick works in AlpineJS. Here we go. So AlpineJS, for those of you who don't know, is kind of like Vue.js, but a lot simpler. Simpler, I mean, it borrows the syntax from the templates, and it doesn't really include much else besides that. So, oh, it's a click. That's right. We can use that shortcut. So, at click, and then so xclick. I thought there was a way to make all right, so I thought that we could evaluate. Yes, we can. We can evaluate and call a function. Purchase book. So we can have a purchase, not book. This would be start book. Purchase. We'll just call it purchase book for now. And now, I believe we can do purchase book. Hold on, that would be. Oh my god, I can't remember what it is. Function purchase book, and then we'll just do console.log. Okay, so I think this should work. What? Why did it not work? Maybe because it has to be in parentheses, because it's, and we're in, it's in here, it's in the start book. There we go. So now, haha, we're so close. All right, so now we have this send data thing, and what I'll do is, and send data is, let me see if I can find it. Oh, whoa. Hold on. Send data. So it's a function that I kind of cribbed together, and you can pass in the URL of the method, and it just it also includes a CRS token if you need it, and it actually gets it. Oh, that is kind of hard codey-y. So we'll see how useful. I think that's good to have. So we'll just include that, and if Stripe has a problem with it, then we'll deal with that. So and then inside of it, we can see what we do here. With this, we don't actually care about the response. Parses a JSON response into native JavaScript objects. So you know what we can do is, in this case, if I look at the book view, okay, so this can go away. We don't have to define a new thing, because in the book create view, we already have it defined here. So to do this, then here where we, if you look at the old version book, this URL is what we're going to be passing into send data, this value. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, so we're going to pass in this value, and then let's think for a second. So I think what might be better, let's see what they have for Stripe and figure it out from there, instead of using send data, because I think send data is a little bit overkill for this. So we're going to do var response equals fetch and we're going to pass in the URL. Let's make it a little bit more obvious. So we're passing in the URL, and then we're using promises. If you have done JavaScript before, promises is what they had right before they got to moving to an async await model, which is very similar to what we now have in with what we're doing in so return response.json. Okay, actually, you know what we can do? Let's just keep this really simple and make sure that we don't make any errors. And again, and we don't because this is just a get, because we're just getting a session ID for forwarding people to okay, so now we call Stripe redirect, Stripe dot redirect to where we need to be. So this is in this is assuming that we are showing the Stripe so, and I think what we do is we do this, and now all we have to do is in this template is call the Stripe library. I think, okay, we're just gonna do, we're gonna call the, did I just see, oh, so you can install the Stripe library, but what we're gonna do is we're just gonna do this. Done, okay? And this is actually all in the wrong place. So we're calling for the JavaScript, and we're leaving this as it is, just because that was from an earlier time, and I don't want to. Okay, so now when purchase book is created, it fetches the books. It gets a response from the session ID. The response includes this. So yeah, I'm just wondering what is the purpose of this? Like, what are we doing with this response? I'm not going to worry too much about it. So here we have so what I don't understand, oh, because we need the public key. So here what they're doing is, okay, so I see what it is. So here now that we have it, we're going to do, oh, this is like actually not a good idea, but we'll do some cleanup later. Stripe public key. Okay, so this, because we have injected our settings into the scope, which Audrey has been calling people out on recently. Okay, and then in here, okay, so where'd this checkout session ID come from? So all of a sudden there's, okay, so this is checkout. Where'd this checkout session ID come from? Oh, I see. So they have here in the view, when we define this view, we need to pass in this, and this can't be an F string unless I escape stuff. Yes, Alpine doesn't have the entire life cycle of Vue.js, and it's really meant for it's great for non-single page apps. You can certainly do it in single page apps, but yeah, it's pretty nice. Okay, so if it works, we're gonna come back, but that's okay. All right, I think I have everything in order. I know this has been a little bit messy, but part of this is just figuring out how this works within a Django context. All right, so we got that. We added this. The session ID is okay, so the session ID is this right here. See that? That is our session ID. And then to confirm the payment is useful, we can look at the results. All right, let's test the integration. I've been kind of noodling around for a bit, but time to see what I broke. Oops, create not found. It is not a view. Oh dear, that is not good. Okay. All right, so now if I made, yeah, of course. So yeah, we'll address that in a little bit. And let's look at the rendered pieces just so we can see that it is doing exactly what we want. There's our public key test. We don't need this anymore. And what'll happen is it'll go to books.create, and then if it's good, it'll redirect to checkout, but not as a post. I wonder if there's a way to make it come back as a post, but we'll see. That may be kind of impossible. And then, well, this is, I guess, if we have an error. Okay. All right. Let's give it a try. Push again. Look at that. So I have my email. Yes, this is awesome. Look at this. I can put in my email. I can put in my name. Oh no, you're getting my credit card number. Please don't take me for everything that I'm worth. And let's see. Daniel Bombastic. Feldroy. Okay. And I'm in zip code 12345. I'm gonna pay my money. And it did not like, because I forgot to hold on. But that was awesome. See, I messed up here. Okay, well that messed up. I want to check the Stripe dashboard and see what so we have so we're viewing test data. Look at that. We have a payment. This isn't a subscription update or anything like that. We do have their payment data. So let's see, customers. There, I just got created. So I have a payment method, which is awesome. So now I can be charged with that payment. And we'll have to look at, come at the the challenge with this, of course, is that when people start doing builds, we're going to have to take it on credit, because if someone does like 100,000 builds, that's going to hurt us. So we'll have to account for that some way. Like, we may limit people to like 50 builds in a month, just while we're figuring some of these things out. Of course, right now builds aren't going to really be doing anything. Okay, so, and now invoices. Let's see what we have. Look at, so that is not from today. So we did not actually create an invoice. So see, we have session, line items, create. Where, like, when I look at this payment, like, what did I create? Because what I want to do is use the invoice system. Checkout summary. So that it was just a checkout. It is not an invoice. Huh. So what I need to do is figure out how to do invoices with Stripe. Actually, so what I need to do is look at, if I'm creating a session, how do I create a Stripe invoice session create? I think I need to look at the docs for this. How are we doing on time? So in theory, I have less than an hour to go. I can figure this out. So payment method types. So it's line items is what it is. So the downside with my approach is that it is not an invoice per se. The plus side to this, is that there's a hosted invoice URL. So I think we're going to get fancier with this. Well, invoices really look like what I want to have. So I think the answer here is that the earlier work that I did on this with, finite singularities help on it, is that doing this as an invoice, like, how do you pay an invoice? Okay. So really what we should be doing is we're creating an invoice, and I think part of it is I need to figure out how to, because if I look at their instructions, accept a payment. Let's see if I go back one, set up future payments. So here, if we set up Stripe, here we go. This is what I should be looking at. Okay, so session.create customer. So we need to create a customer object. See, that's what this customer is. Redirect to checkout. So the challenge here is that they're assuming that we have a customer ID. See that? There's this customer ID that they're working with. Yeah, so we need to figure out how to create a Stripe customer, which I think is pretty straightforward. Let's see if they have instructions on how to do it. Oh, you know what we do is, hold on, let me think this through for a second. So we have that first payment for that book. Stripe create customer. Let's see what we can do with this. So come on. There we go. All right. So if I create a customer, I need to put in basically nothing. Oh, this is easy. So what I really should be doing is this. Customer equals, well, I was hoping to get some okay, so we're gonna look at stripe.customer.create, and I don't think I need anything. So what we can do is we can put their username in. I think that's the safest thing at the moment, just so we have a way to identify who they are. So it's request.user.username. That way we can easily identify them if we need to look them up. We just say, hey, what's your username? We can also get their email equals, we don't have primary email. I want to hold off on that at the moment. Okay, and we're not going to worry about metadata or payment method. Okay, so we now have a customer. Okay, and now when we come here, we have customer equals customer.id, I think is what it'll be. Let's see if we can look this up. Don't think I need that. Not worried about, come on. Okay, so we have, and then the result should be the response contains customer ID, and I think that means, yeah, customer ID, this should work. And then if we go back to here under sessions, sessions, hold on, I'll find it. Okay, so here we're going to create a session, and but where are they? So here it's learn how to set up future payments, redirect to checkout. I think I want to do, is there a way to tie like how do we create, can we assign an invoice to a session create? And I am still, let's see if I'm on Python. Okay, so we have, here they have lines, period end, period start, lots of useful stuff to have. This has to be doable. I know it has to be. So where's session? I thought session would be easy to find. Hold on. Create session. Okay, create a session of the customer portal. Let's see what we have. So we have the customer ID, return. So that's the billing portal. That's not really what we're looking for. Create session. So we're going to checkout is what we're looking for. So mode. Oh. So this will be subscription. Okay, so let's get this in order. So mode equals subscription. Okay, payment method types. We're just going to lead with cards, client reference ID. We'll just customer email. Okay, we may provide this, but I'm going to hold off on it. To pass one time or recurring prices. I think this is the wrong way to go, right? Because what they're not doing a payment. So what they're doing is metadata. Where is subscription data? Okay, so now if I go, I think what I need to do in Stripe is payments, products. See, this is, we are trying to figure out some things with the Django crash course. Book. Okay, standard pricing, graduated pricing, volume pricing. This is recurring. It is $1 monthly period. There's no free trial. You just nope. Price description. Okay, so for now we're gonna make our. We're not gonna do the fancy price for volume. We're going to just get it working at a basic level. Okay, and now we don't want to copy it yet, but now if we go to optional, I wish they put these in order. Let's see if we can see the docs again. Hey. Okay, so we have the customer, we have the setup, there's card. How do we so this is not what we want. Trial end, metadata, subscription data. Wow, you'd think this would be like super easy. Let's maybe I'm looking at the wrong instruction. Subscription, set up a subscription. Well, maybe if I look for the right thing. Okay. So here's our checkout. So our line items is, but this isn't what I want necessarily. That's interesting how to set up a subscription. I guess we're really constrained by having it handle some of these pieces. That's fine. I'm just going to okay, and this is the same as what it was. Let's try it out. Create prices in line, existing customers, handling trials, tax rates, coupons. All right, let's try it again. and this blew up. So it didn't like that somehow. Let's take a look. Well, some of you have been doing Stripe for a while are probably like, wow, you're like really fumbling around with this. It's like, well, so no such price. Oh, so maybe it's so maybe line items with session.create. Where is it? So where's the line items? Oh, you know what? This is what it is. I know where to go. Yep, this is definitely possible because what I can do is, so if you look here, where is it? This is the price data. I just lost it. Where did this go? That's right. So yes, we will be able to do it because for every book that they have, it adds to it. Okay, let's try it again. Unexpected token in our JavaScript. What? There is too a price for that. Oh, I did prod. What? Oh, here it is. So it is price. So now we have to do is create 50 different prices and then track how many books someone has. Okay, so okay, so now if let's see if this creates a subscription for me, or what exactly will it create? And oh, because it's going back to books create. So success URL. So we need to have a different URL for that. What we need to have is, and I'll show you what we're going to do, is right now our book create, see how we have book create view? And it gets this information and it displays it. Let's go back to where we were, how we had planned it before with a special secret view. So class secret Stripe secret view, login required, mixin view. So I hope everyone has fun plans for this weekend. Oops, that was a bit of a waste. Not too much. Okay, so we have our Stripe secret view, and what we can do is we can do a path with a route of, and yeah, this, I guess I should. So we have secret, and then we have view, and the view is views dot secret Stripe secret view dot as view, and then the name is Stripe Stripe secret. All right. And now in book list for this function right here, this goes to Stripe secret view. when we get a redirect, it's going to come back here to this, which we're changing from a post to a get, and then we're going to see how it passes. We got past this session ID. This is very important. So we have session ID equals request dot get as session ID, and if we're going to pass a none if session ID equals none, we're going to raise HTTP 404. Just this way, if you try to do this, it's just, oh, didn't like that on line 9. What? What's on line 9? Line 9 is fine. Hold on. That looked fine. Let's see what kind of error we get. Oh, hold on. You see that? I forgot a comma there. Oh, hey, Queen Ancient. You're making a John Wick style educational platform? That sounds awesome. Yeah, that is so different. It sounds exciting. I would definitely be, yeah, it definitely sounds very interesting to me. Okay, so let's try this again. Yeah, you have to explain what you mean by a John Wick style educational platform. Okay, so let's try it again. We're going to get redirected here, and we're going to do a different name, joe@example.com, 424242. Lots of. Part of the fun of this is I haven't actually played with the Stripe API in years. I actually used to know it, and it's really what? Oh yeah, okay. So here so what it did now is it just created the book, but what I need to do is once it comes back, I need to validate that the incoming session ID is valid. Wait, validate that the incoming session ID is valid. Does that make any sense? Oh, so what Queen Engine is doing is building a project where people pick a topic and then they make a spy story around it. A story has 5 missions. And it could be take down the mafia network in a place, and you learn networking through it. And it's application goal oriented and better than courses like Intro to Networking. Let's take a look. I'll post it. Ooh, that looks very much. I like the dark hoodie guy right there. He looks scary. That's pretty nice. Oh, and the design is beautiful. Is this on the web, or is it like built in Unity 3D or something like that? Confirm the payment is successful, test the integration. So what we have to do now is, just because the payment is successful and it comes back, the question is when they get redirected, is it the session ID? Should we save? What we should do is we should save the session ID to the session object. So I think what I can do here is request .session and then it's, oh my god, it's been so long since I've done Django sessions. Hold on. Django sessions. So there's a session object. typically like to avoid session objects, but this is a good, easy use case for it. So use file-based sessions. So I just want to see. Okay, so this is all we have to do. So what I do is I do request dot session. And again, normally I'm very careful about using session IDs, but this is fine in this case. This is like very limited. Okay, so now when they come back, what we do is if session ID equals does not equal the request session ID that we saved in the previous view, we're going to raise a HTTP 404 and we'll put in a to-do put in a failure page of some sort. Okay, and now also if we go to book list, actually right now for views, books mine, so they come back if they cancel. So let's try it again. See, launched in 20 days. Wow. Yeah, I would love to collaborate. I have some things I have to build too. But my dream is to be able to like work on all the cool projects like what you're talking about. To me, that would be so exciting to like get to work on everything. So it's not that I don't want to do it. It's just that busy at the moment, but I'm not saying no altogether. What I'm doing is I'm saying that I already have already have stuff on my plate, but we can definitely talk. Okay, so we have these books. Let's the other thing that I'm not doing here is I'm not saving the customers. I'm not getting the I'm getting the session ID. I'm not getting the customer's ID, and that should be saved to the customer user object. So request.user.stripe. This is going to be really nasty. Like, so it's not request.session.stripe. Hold on, I have. Okay, so hold on just 1 second. So I hope I'm making a mistake. I hope I hope I'm not like being. I'm trying to focus on two things at once, so I'm not explaining myself well. I want to collaborate. I've got some other projects that I have to get done because I have to pay the bills, and but once those are done, you know, the sky's the limit. Equals customer dot ID. There we go. So this should actually be Stripe customer ID. We'll change the name of that request.user.save. So now what we can do is we should be able to you know, yeah, we should be able to look up someone's information on here, and let's see. Let's see. I want to do Quargs equals. We're going to do a bit of hackery here. Quargs equals dict. Okay, and then we're going to pass in Quargs. And this way, what we can do is if let's say, so if request.user.stripe ID, then we do something. Otherwise, we do this. This way, we don't duplicate stuff. So let's see. So we have request.user.stripe. So otherwise, we create it. Otherwise, I think what we can do is customer stripe.customer.get. Is that what it is? ID equals. Okay, so I think this is what we do. Pretty straightforward. Stripe. It might be read. Stripe customer read. Okay, so let me just check real quick. So Queen Engine, are you asking if I'd be willing to stream your product once it goes out? I am open to it. That is something that I will have to talk over with several people, including the other owners of my company, just to make sure I don't like put my foot in my mouth with. But maybe I can do a walkthrough. But again, I need to confirm it. If you can email me, let me see if my email should be pretty obvious. But I'm gonna send it to you right now. I thought I was trying to whisper to you, but I can't seem to do that. All right, so tell you what, Quaint Engine, I just sent a friend request, and maybe I can figure it out there. Okay, and yeah, we can definitely talk about it. But like I said, um, I can talk about our products and stuff like that. But yeah, let me like I said, I have to talk to the other partners in the company and make sure that I'm not stepping on toes. Okay, so where was I? So there's a customer object. That is what I'm getting. I think this won't work. I think I need to do a read unless they change the API. Retrieve a customer. So it is retrieve. Okay. Okay, so now I have the customer's information, and so what I can do now is later on I can make sure that we are getting the right information. So let's run this again. Okay. And Queen Engine, is this a Django project that you're building? Okay, so now let's look back here, and we're going to check our latest subscription. It's 5:40 my time, so that went through. And now also if I, let's see, so if I click here, this is my first subscription, because now when I grab another book, now it should, so I have the information, but it didn't save my data, which is unfortunate. So what I wanted it to do was add to the subscription, like increase the quantity, and also pass in all the information about the user. So clearly I've got to work out a few details. But let's see what else I get. So that is a subscription, but I want to do is look at my customer object. And here you can see that I have 2 subscriptions. What would be, and this, so you're subscribed to prices. And what would be nice to do is increase the quantity of on a particular subscription rather than creating a new one. So yeah, I think I've got a bit of work to do. I've got about 18 minutes left. Let me think about it. Because I think what I want to do is, a number of people have been asking me for a while now, how do you do multiple users? Actually, let's commit what we have. I know it's not perfect, but it'll suffice for now. And we won't launch yet just because the subscriptions aren't where we really want. So git add, right or not? Okay. So we did a ton of cleanup. Lots of things got deleted. Git commit, new migration, and very basic Stripe integration. Part of this, I mean, I thought I understood Stripe a little bit better than I did. Part of it is I have a complex pricing model for a tool like Stripe, so we don't want to have 2 payments. We want to work with quantity, because if we do 2 different payments, we're charged a different amount each time, and that's not ideal. We don't want, or we're charged Stripe fees. So what we want to do is have one subscription with like 10 items on it, so that way we get charged the 30 cents per transaction for Stripe rather than 10 items each with a 30-cent charge. Okay, so let's get into something really quick, and that is, like I said, people ask me, hey, pydanny or Daniel or whatever you're going to call me, I have a user object, but what I really want is 5 different user objects. Or in our case, we want 2 different user objects. And I've seen people come up with really complex ways of doing it, with extra user models and stuff like that. And the answer to that is don't do that. There's a really simple way of doing this, and that is with choices and proxy models. So let's get to it. So we want to, we'll first create a class user type, okay, and we'll do models.text choices, and we're gonna put in, we're gonna have 2 types of users to start with. We're gonna have authors, and so that is someone who is, actually, the problem with this approach is in my case, I want people to have more than one type of user. So this is not super ideal the way I'm going to do it, but I'm going to start as a text field. Later on, I'll change it so that way it supports where you can be both an author and a reader. A reader is someone who just buys books. An author is someone who is able to publish books. And what we'll probably do is anyone can be a reader, but eventually anyone who wants to be an author and publish with our system, actually what we might do is call it we might have publisher, so here's the thing. I have a system where actually I really do want to have like more than one type of user. So like someone can be more than one type. Actually, let's keep it simple for now, like I said. So publisher, and we're going to do publisher, and we'll do lowercase publisher. Then we're going to have reader. And a publisher can be an author or a publishing company that's working with authors. So we're going to have reader, and then reader, right? And then we're going to have a user type field. I don't want to just call it type because that's a reserved field, and I know in theory it shouldn't cause a problem, but let's just be careful. And then we're going to go models.car field, and in that we have max length. Let's do 50 choices equals user type dot user dot type dot choices, and the default we're just going to say for now. We can always change if we want. User, come on, stop, get out of my way. Oh my god, it's annoying me. So user type, it's user type dot we're going to choose publisher. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. Let's add it to our models real quick, and so that way we can distinguish between different types of users. Okay, so make migrations users. Oh, you know what I didn't do? It didn't work on tests. Okay, and we're going to migrate that so we have it. Okay, so now let's say that, now let's define our publisher model and our reader model. That's right, we're going to have new models, but it's not what you think it is. And then it's models, hold on, it's been a while since I actually specified that. So Django, proxy, models. Basically, we're defining new model classes that work off of this table, and it's not going to add more tables. We're not going to be dealing with concrete inheritance. Here we go, proxy models. So in this case, that's right, now I remember. I'm going to inherit from the user, okay? And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to do class meta proxy equals true, and class, so we have class publisher, and then we're going to also have class reader user. It's going to inherit, and this also is going to have a proxy equals true. So let's go ahead and we're going to launch shell plus so we can take a look at it. Okay, and now if I do publisher, let's see if it, whoa, okay, it froze up. So there's actually a model here, okay? And I can do objects.all, and there's me. If I do, let's see what happens if I try to load a reader. So it's, now the thing is it's because there's no differentiation with this, that's something of a problem. So this is where, let's see, model still return the model that was requested, base class restriction, proxy model managers. This is where we get to have some fun. So if I do class, what is it? Class publisher manager, models.manager. Okay, and then I do, let's see, if I do, it's been a while since I've did this, so I'm thinking, just give me a second. All right, we're not doing multiple inheritance. I think it's def get query set, self quargs. Okay, so return self, super dot get query set, and then it is, and I think get query set is it. It's not really sure that has this quargs, and then what do we need after that? We want to do dot filter, and then we have user, what did I call it? It was user type. Hold on, let me get rid of this and make this a little bit easier for me to read. User type equals, this would be user type dot publisher. I think that's what I want. Okay, and I can do the same. Oh, and then let's pass it in. See if I pass in a manager, proxy, yeah, so it is the same, and this is the best practice for doing it. And we're going to do the same thing with readers, and when I run a query, we should get two different values. Well, maybe I should have led with this in the stream. Okay. Oops. I hope this is being recorded. Or I hope this is being streamed, that my feed hasn't died, because everyone's gotten quiet. So let's load again. Let's see if I broke things, because I haven't done this in a while. So I have that, and I have nothing. Do you see that? When I query against my publisher model, I have me. I am a publisher. This is so this is absolutely working, and there's some neat things, other neat things that we can do. I think we might be able to get away with doing create. Let's see how to handle create. Let's see, Django manager create. What's neat is that all of the users are still in the same table. Okay, I didn't create any tables. There's no migration involved. But what I have is two different types of users. And while my project allows people to have more than one user, so I'm going to have to account for that and change my code in the days to come. I'll probably revert this at some point relatively soon. It is, yeah, so here is modifying, yeah, so it's get query set, so I got that right. Let's see, I thought there was a way to control when things are created. Creating a manager from query set, custom managers, there's, I think I know where to look. Oh my God, I haven't visited here in a while. Did a bunch of that in here. How do I search in, oh, here we go. So now I can do create. I know I have some custom create code. Wow, there's so much, 73 code results. I'll find it. I'm going to go through this really fast. Just a lot of you, some of you who are new to seeing me work know that I can start moving really fast, or even better, I can have a more intelligent search. Def, what? I thought I did def create. So it's 25 code results. It's still less. I thought I had a custom, at least one custom create function in here. I guess I did not. This is not showing up, obviously. I thought I had done that. Maybe people pulled that out because it was hard to maintain. I don't know. So in any case, when let's see if we can modify that though. So create self quargs, and now we do object equals super. Gonna call the base version of it dot create, and then from here we're gonna do quargs, so that way whatever's passing there, and then we're gonna do obj dot let's see, so the problem with this is that but we'll see how this works. If it does anything, if it does what I hope it's gonna do. So obj.create obj.user type equals obj.save. Whoa. Return obj. And I know there's a way to do this a little bit more simply, so that way, oops, we're gonna stick that in. Like there may be a slightly more elegant way to do this with signals, although that's debatable. Okay, so we have our reader manager. All right, let's try it again. I'm just gonna make sure. Oh, I'm nearly out of time. I just want to make sure that's being recorded. Hold on 1 second. Okay, so while that's singing, oops, did I forget a comma? I did. Okay, so where was I? So comma there. Yeah, when I know what I'm talking about, I go a lot faster than when I'm trying to figure out Stripe's API. So I have these two query sets. Now if I do publisher.objects.create, let's see what happens. So we have username equals slarg, and then we're going to give them an email because I think that's necessary of test@test.com. Okay, so now the question is if I do publisher objects.all, what do we get? We get, look at that. So that went the right way. That did not, or that went that way. So let's try the other way because we default to publisher. Well, I want to see what happens when we try to create a resource. Aha. So because we can't do that. So now we have a reader named Slarg. So let's see what happens if we do reader like this. Reader username. I don't know if this is going to work. Slarg2. And then email is slarg2@slarg.com. Is slarg.com a name? Because wow, let's go see if it's a name real quick. Hold on, slarg.com. Oh, it's someone owns it. Okay, no, don't care. Okay, so now let's see if so reader.objects.all should now have 2 items. Oh wait, reader doesn't exist yet. Like if I do reader.id, there's nothing there. So I have to do reader.save. Okay, now let's do reader.objects.all, and we should see 2 items. We don't. Look at this. So now slarg2, even though because I created it in this method. So real quick, let's see. How do you override Django override model creation? Oh, that's another way we can do it. Is we can use save, of course. So what we can do is in the proxy model, this is another thing we can do is let's just copy paste a little bit. And this actually is going to be the better way of doing it. The reason being is that this okay, so that's the create. Did I put that on the wrong object? There's publisher. Wait, hold on. There's I'm confused. Hold on. I messed up. So this does nothing on here. But this does. This of course will not give the response that we want. I'm going to make this a little bit easier for me to follow. Plus, hold on. Wait, I publisher user, reader user. I think I really screwed up. Hold on. So hold on just 1 second. This goes away. Okay. So if self.notpk, we can get rid of this because we're okay. So, and we're gonna do the same thing here. And then what we'll do is here under save, we're gonna do self dot user type equals user dot user type dot publisher. Okay, and then we're going to do the same thing here, reader. Now this should work as expected. And let's see, so we have the reader manager, so we're getting the correct query sets. Let's try it again. And after this, I'm going to have to get going. So reader and publisher. Now let's do reader, username, slarg3, email equals. Now if we do reader.save, okay, so we should now see reader.3, or we should see slarg3, and we do. We see slarg3. Now if I do the same for publisher, and I'm going to create the name of what may be the greatest publisher of all time. She has my daughter's name. Uma at awesome.com. Okay, so now Uma should be a publisher, and the other one shouldn't have changed at all. Publishers, objects.all. Okay, so you can see there's Uma, and then if I want to do reader.objects.all, she's not there. So this is how you do multiple user types in Django. This is actually really simple. If you try this, if you take a look at combining choice fields with this is how you do it. I think and I'm going to be adding this to 2 scoops of Django in the user section, or the users chapter, and I'm also going, by the time I get there, I also have to provide the capability to support multiple user things. I'll probably do that with array fields, since array fields are now going to be supported in Django 3.1 for all database types, which is really exciting to me. Okay, so does anyone have any questions before I head out? I've got a couple minutes left. If not, just want to remind people that on July 16th and July 17th, we're running the first version of, or the first run of our live online class of the Django Crash Course. This is for beginners. If it goes well, we'll run it again at some point. We'll also consider running basically, like, imagine if I did a deep dive with Django models and forms, for people who have the foundations of Django down and are ready for seeing innovative ways to solve hard problems or challenging problems. And there's other ideas that we have. One of the things I would like to explore besides this is maybe doing a deeper dive into how to super optimize templates using vanilla JavaScript, so that way it has a snappy feel like hey.com. I've been experimenting with that a lot. Another thing that I might do a paid talk on is literally a walkthrough of 2 scoops of Django over what we've done this before. We've done it as part of our corporate trainings, and so we do have some material for it. Hey, we have a we have a 500-page book, but there's a lot of 500 plus page book, but there's a lot of nuances and things that we can't cover. Also, conditions change. As much as we try to keep the book up to date, things do alter over time. In any case, if you are new to Django or just getting up to speed on it, please join us for the live online training. This is not going to be a Twitch stream or a recording like you're listening to now. This is going to be with Zoom, so it's going to be like a meeting where you can raise your hand and then ask questions. And we'll also have breakouts for people who either get stuck on something, or I know sometimes people get hung out on startup. This time it's going to go for this price of $999, but as we polish this particular course, it's going to go up on price. So get it while you can. Again, if anyone has any last questions, I love to get me some questions. And in the future, don't be shy about asking me questions. Does it distract me from getting my work done? Some, but I can assure you I get a lot more done when I am streaming. Well, I get a lot more coding done when I'm streaming than when I'm not. So for me, this is a boon. And while I might do an intermediary codecast at some point, I will I'll certainly announce that when it happens, because there's some things I want to get done this weekend. So in any case, thank you very much for coming, and I will be seeing you later. Have a great 4th of July weekend. Bye. Oh, hold on. So wave goodbye. I'm going to put on the camera so you can see yes, this is me in my garage. I am really a live person, and so I guess this is a final farewell. So if you like this, please follow me on Twitch, or subscribe if you really like me. If you're on YouTube, like and subscribe. Again, if you really like me, that would be great. I'd appreciate it. Take care. Happy 4th of July. Bye.